Hello, very good evening. Welcome to the live stream. Hope you are all well. And good evening to Seb. Yes, I know it's the F1 today, but yeah, you're quite welcome to watch there, of course. And good evening to Oscar and to Casper Gaming as well. Hope you are well. And away we go. Let's have our titles. So welcome to our live stream, and very good evening as well to Amaze Tays and to Electric Blues, Train Glow as well. I hope you are all well, and to Josh and to Scooby. And we are up and running on this Sunday afternoon. You can tell it's well and truly well into November now, because it really is completely dark already. So, yeah, hope everybody is well. So, this is the plan. We're going to start off. It is Remembrance Sunday, so I found a nice 7:10 reskin. So we're going to do a West Coast Main Line South, London Euston to Watford Junction in the 7:10. Then we're off to Manchester Airport commuter with a Pendolino run from Manchester Piccadilly to Euston, and we're going to cover the bit from Piccadilly to Stockport and then Milton Keynes Central to London Euston. Then we're off to the Mildmay line with a 378 Watford Junction to Stratford. And then we'll see how we do for time, but we'll do a Class 66 run, not decided yet. So we'll perhaps have a think about it, but I was maybe thinking about either Birmingham Crewe, because we haven't done that yet, or one on the Riviera Line, but we'll see how things are and how things are going. So good evening to Brian. I like that, you've got your L plates on. Well, the thing is, I had a reasonable week last week, which usually means that I'll be all relaxed and thinking things are going well this week, and then of course I won't be very good, so we will see. And yeah, good evening Rachel as well. Yeah, hope you are well. Of course, our resident former retired train driver. So let's get the game started up. Yeah, it's a busy old Sunday in the sporting sense, isn't it? With the football and the Grand Prix, I think, going on as well. So I think we worked out last week, didn't we? Scrat Ice Age's Oscar with your ever-changing name. Oh, mince pies as well, Amaze Tays. Crikey, you're getting into the Christmas spirit early. Yeah, those shortbreads look very nice. I shall be calling you N8 Scooby 156 Shortbread Express, I think, today. Yeah, so yes, who's in for the first run? And then we'll try and get that leaderboard sorted out as well. I've got it all ready and going. So just to confirm, this is 2 Delta 67, which is London Euston to Watford Junction in the in on West Coast Main Line South. Oh yes, I love a mince pie as well. All right, excellent electric blues. Yeah, brilliant, marvelous Concord. Yeah, that's lovely. Well, then I'll keep a tally of them, and as I say, I've been tinkering around with this live scoreboard, so we'll get that up. So we need West Coast Main Line South. So we are in Josh's 2019 timetable for this one, but it is still the 7:10. So Creators Club, I'm going to use this poppy livery. I can't remember actually who created it, but it's very, very nice actually, and it certainly looks the part for today. Yes, you're looking forward to the Great Western Express remaster, Oscar. It's certainly been a long wait for it, hasn't it? And we're just still, there's still no timetable for that, is there? And the HSD farewell pack as well. But hopefully they'll be out fairly soon. It's just kind of a funny time, really. It's wondering what will come out now, between now and Christmas. I thought the roadmap stream was a little bit on the quiet side. Very pleased to see some screenshots for the first time of the North London line extension, and we saw bits around Richmond and also crossing over the Thames. Yeah, you mean the remaster, Scooby? Yeah, it's certainly been a long old wait for it. So we'll have a look at the livery on this thing in a minute, but let's get it set up the train first of all.
TPWS and AWS operational.
Get some headlights on. Daytime will do. And we also need to give this a little nudge as well, I think. No, we don't. Wanted me to do that. Hand down. Yeah, I think it's. I mean, we know certainly that. Now, there we go. Flashy. That's better. Oh, I think that should be okay. We know now that this East Coastway pack, it looks as though it's going to be after Christmas. And yeah, there wasn't too much to get megally excited about, really. We still don't know beyond Crewe Preston what the next UK route's going to be. So it's kind of a few things to come, but it's just. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but I've got a hunch that the Crewe Preston will definitely. I mean, it says change the power mode, but I think we've done it. Yeah, I think hopefully Josh will be able to tell us, but hopefully not too far off with that 2019 timetable. Yeah, it really, really is. Looks the part, doesn't it? The usual camera glitch as we're coming out of the station. I should have waited till we've come out a little bit. It's on the back carriage as well. Actually, yeah, that's probably the most exciting thing was the new team, Fawkes and his colleagues, Jetwash and Spratty Heath, who are putting together something. So it'd be fascinating to find out what that's going to be. Good evening, King. Hope you are well. Yeah, well, this is the 2019 timetable for West Coast Main Line South. Yeah, let's hope that there's nothing Thomas the Tank Engine revealed this year. I'm sure they're still going to do that Christmas season of reveals again, no doubt. But I think if Crewe Preston were to come out, say early December, then I think that would give us something to be interested in. I don't think the Richmond extension is going to be out before Christmas. I'm determined to make sure that I come to this 30 without speeding. Such a tricky little section, this, because you are going downhill all the way, and then suddenly you're going uphill towards Southampton. But yeah, I've kind of got high hopes for we know the standards that with Fawkes and his colleagues and the stuff they've done with the enhancement packs, that we know that they're about to have something really exciting, I think. It's kind of impossible, really, isn't it, to work out what they're going to be doing. Hopefully it's going to be something that's just not that's different. You know, we've had plenty of exciting West Coast Main Line stuff, but hopefully it's just going to be something totally different. Yeah, absolutely, Josh. Yeah, definitely, and hopefully as well that they could get it to work properly on consoles as well from day one, because I know that's been a big frustration. And they spent a lot of time talking about the console issues, didn't they, on the stream on Thursday night? But they obviously haven't cracked it yet, and they kind of said that there's no sort of magic solution. So, but they keep on insisting that it certainly is of top priority to get that sorted. Yeah, still moaning about this thing, but I think because we've got AC nearby, it just gets confused, doesn't it? So, but I think we're all right. Oh, excuse me. I do apologise, by the way. I'm slightly coughy. I've had a bit of a cough over the last couple of days. Oh, thank you very much, Electric Blues. Yeah, glad you enjoyed them. And I always like to do something for bonfire night, and I'd like to have spent a bit more time with it, really, and got some proper animation going within the game, but. Yeah, exactly, Josh. Yeah, I know what you mean. It should be okay. I did do it because it's such a while since I've driven the 710. I did do a couple of miles on it earlier on just to make sure, and yeah, we should be all right. I should say sometimes with Train Sim World, that the more you mess with these things, then there is the chance of breaking it completely. Yeah, absolutely, King. Yeah, it's a lovely looking reskin. This is from Creators Club, so of course it is Remembrance Sunday, and it's slightly fictional as it goes, but there have been plenty of poppy liveried trains done in real life, and that's representing that. So yeah, very, very nicely done. Yeah, I think they do occasionally Scooby, don't they? As it goes, I did a run in real life on the North London line in May, and I changed at Gospel Oak, but the train actually from Wilson Junction to Gospel Oak was actually a 710. Oh yes, of course. Rude of me not to mention it. Yeah. Yes, I hope you enjoyed your week, Josh. And yes, how did you find the Caledonian Sleeper? That was Wednesday, wasn't it? Inverness to Euston. There you go, you've got a Bakerloo line train waiting to come into the platform. You've got one heading southbound, and there's one just leaving the platforms at Queen's Park, I think, here. Yeah, I think it's still the occasional one, King, and I don't know whether there's any plans at the moment for it to be beyond being occasional. Just such a busy scene, just typical of a Josh timetable, really. Which is kind of what we've come to expect, the quality of this, which is absolutely magnificent. All right, okay, right. So you were a bit worried about making it. Oh, crikey. Yeah, I have to say, whenever I've gone from Euston, I've always been sat in the station for about an hour and a half before it's due to leave. Yeah, I think it's fantastic, King. It's kind of an added bonus because, you know, West Coast Main Line South is always fun to drive, but being able to do the stopping services on this Watford DC line, I think just makes it really, really exciting. Oh, crikey. Yeah, I bet you were thinking, well, of all the timetabling things that you have to slot in and plan for in your timetable creations, you're thinking, I don't want something like this to happen in real life. Yeah, I think it's more very, very occasional, isn't it, on this route? Again, I have done it in real life, and you know, this is obviously somebody who lives in the Midlands and travels on it, you know, a couple of times a year. Oh, crumbs! That's annoying, isn't it? So you didn't get absolutely loads of sleep then, I'm guessing.
24-hour CCTV recording is in operation at this station for the purpose of security and safety management.
I didn't get the chance of showing you the writing down the side as well. Ah, excellent, Josh. I mean, it is an amazing experience, though, isn't it? And you know, I've only ever done it the other way, and the excitement of sort of starting out in London and ending up in the morning in Scotland. But it's kind of like the same, but in reverse for you. It's just such a different experience from one end of the line to the other. Yeah, I didn't realise actually, Scooby, that there was a Stockport to Stockport. What am I talking about? I didn't realise there was a Stratford to Watford Junction. I just love this section as well, where you've got the Bakerloo line trains rattling through. It's such a busy little section. Of course, at Euston Junction, you've got separate you've got those little bay platforms as well, which aren't used very much, as well as obviously the North London line overhead, which we'll take in a bit later on. I think it's one of the mods I've got, King. I don't think there's... I mean, somebody's even put some graffiti on the Taylor Swift advert there, which is that's very naughty, isn't it? There we go. At the going down of the sun and the morning, we will remember them. But yeah, it kind of does make it with the graffiti, because there's very much a load of graffiti about it in real life. Yeah, it's quite exciting there actually. The first time I did it, it was actually, I think it was in November, and we actually had snow going towards. I'm trying to remember if it was Inverness or Fort William the first time I went on it. I think it was Inverness the first time, and just that feeling of seeing the snow coming down and the mountains all with snow is absolutely magical. And at the time, because this was on the Mark IIIs, and you're actually allowed to have your full breakfast. They brought in on a tray in the berth as well. So I just sat eating that, which was absolutely lovely. Ah, right, Scooby. Yeah, your favourite part of the line, which isn't properly modelled, is it? Hi, Gaming85. Hope you're well. Hi. All right, interesting, Concord. Yeah. I noticed there was one or two scenarios on Train Sim Classic which have popped up, including that old Southwest England route, which I've not driven on in absolutely ages. I don't even know if I've got it installed at the moment. And they've got some quirky little sections as well. Yes, indeed, yeah. Yeah, it was definitely without beans, King, but it was a magnificent breakfast. There you go, you get a nice view of the livery there, actually. Oh, right, sorry, Gaming, yeah, I've just realised, yeah, I was thinking, what's a clod? And yeah, you've got a cold, right, I see. Yeah, I'm a little bit laid up, to be honest, and I'm just hoping I don't cough all the way through the stream, because the The throat's a little bit on the tickly side at the moment. Yeah, well, hope you're better. There's so much of it going round at the moment, isn't there? That's for certain. Yeah, you're right. I'm sure, Concord. And there's a Jeff Marshall video somewhere where he does it. And actually, I can remember going to Wimbledon and being in the queue. Excuse me. And being quite surprised to see a mainline train coming through just outside Wimbledon Park and Southfields sort of area. So but yeah, Jeff Marshall's done a video somewhere where he shows that that's a thing, I think. If I remember rightly in his video, he had to do it in 2 different stages because I think the first time he did it, for some reason, it didn't end up going the way it was supposed to. So I think he then had to take the journey on another day, if I remember rightly. The trouble is with this train is you kind of start getting a bit carried away, thinking it's easy, and then you end up going into the platform too fast. I mean, I'm still behind schedule though, as you can see. I'm about 3 minutes behind. I mean, I know all the housing around's generic, but it's just good to see that it's still looks pretty full. But you've got to be absolutely bob on to drive this thing. It's very, very difficult to try and achieve anything like remotely like on time. So does anybody have any thoughts as to whether Crewe Preston might come out this year? I won't ask Josh because he might possibly know the answer anyway. I know he won't be able to say, but do you think it'll come out this side of Christmas? Or I think it all depends. If we start getting the Just Trains development blogs in the next week, and then there's kind of like 2 or 3 building up to it, then we might just get the announcement quite soon. I don't know what else might come out this side of Christmas as well. Maybe the that nuclear line pack, perhaps. Yeah, it is Electric Blues. Yeah, it's set round about 1986. I know people have said endlessly that. About there being an APT eventually coming out for it. I mean, I think Just Trains themselves have said they don't think that's likely to ever be a thing, but I'd love to see the APT come in sometime. I mean, it won't be in the park at the Heritage Centre because I think they're owned. I don't think it was on there in real life until a couple of years after. was a Southern 377. Yeah, I mean, there's one or two. There's one or two there's one or two scenarios on Creators Club, and doesn't need a absolutely massive amount of stuff to reskins to get them running. But yeah, it'd be lovely to have a full timetable of some description for both eras, really. I mean, I quite like to do sort of the modern era stuff set with completely British Rail blue or intercity liveried stuff as well. Yeah, I guess that's something that we're going to have to wait a very long time to find out. We probably won't get news on that until next August, I suspect. But will it be time to branch away from the West Coast Main Line and that section around Preston, or could it be, I don't know, they could do something like Crewe Liverpool, and you know, we might be destining them for a first generation EMU like a 304 or something, or you know, you could kind of do Preston in towards Manchester Victoria as well, something like that. I suppose there's a chance as well that obviously they're doing two things, aren't they? They've got that new timetable with the green, or you know, sort of the post Arriva 142 pacer as well for the Cardiff City networks. I suppose there's a chance that pack might come out before Christmas as well, maybe. A 350 racing through, wasn't it? Always something going on the West Coast Main Line. Yeah, I'm kind of interested as well, and I don't know when we're going to find out, but what All Aboard Studios' next route would be, and thinking about that again, you know, they might. I think somebody said that they kind of said they wanted to branch away from the West Coast Main Line for their next route, but who knows, that might be a shout for them, because they've already got Crewe in the game now, and who knows, they could extend the North Wales coast. Good evening, Sam. Hope you're well. Yeah, definitely. I mean, certainly the northeast is very, very sort of lacking in routes, apart from we've got the Tees Valley routes. Yeah, and certainly Merseyrail and East Coast Main Line South, East London. All these things would be absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I would love that too, Concord, actually. I think Charing Cross over the Hungerford Bridge into Waterloo East, whether it be modern day or whether it be set in the 80s with slam door stop, would be just utterly magnificent. I mean, I wouldn't be against them doing a modern day Charing Cross, because I find the station absolutely sorry, what am I doing here? The platform's way up there. Oh, excellent, Sam. Yeah. Yeah, 2004, because I can't remember the exact date that the new station opened, but if it's kind of got the new station in, but you could kind of have that sort of in-between period, which would be pretty magnificent. I mean, I still love the fact that we've now got a good route on Train Sim Classic. No, okay, it hasn't got a custom model for Charing Cross, but it's a magnificent route. What are you planning on running then, Sam, on Train Sim World? Yeah, it really would, Concord. You know, having the slam door stuff, but having some of the slightly more modern stuff as well would be really, really interesting. And I don't think, I mean, there was a phase where DTG used to joke about slam door, about third rail southern EMU routes. It's like, oh, not another one. We're steering away from that for the time being, but it's now kind of like a bit of a time, apart from the overground routes, it's a bit of a time since they've done anything like that. I mean, actually, the one thing we haven't mentioned, I am looking forward to the 805 coming out, and I know we have a very good 805 already on the game in the Forks timetable, but it's going to be great to drive like an official one, and also nice that we now know what the All Aboard Studio surprise is, because they're releasing a 2025 West Coast Main Line timetable for Crewe Birmingham as well, so that's going to be quite nice. I'm just hoping that with the new timetable that comes out for the 2025 timetable, fingers crossed we get some announcements on the platforms as well as in the state inside the train. Yeah, it's a shame, Sam. I mean, I could play the 700 on Brighton Main Line because there's a lovely mod that's available for PC users, but I think DTG have more or less scared themselves off from upgrading that route in any way, shape or form, it seems. Yeah, the 442 would be nice to drive, wouldn't it, at some point? Again, such a kind of a futuristic like train, really, but it was kind of like an intercity EMU with essentially Mark III carriages, but it was completely different. I like it, Scooby. Yeah, it's funny how I think we talked about this before, and of course you were more knowledgeable about this sort of stuff than most of us, being a railway worker that operates in and around the depots. But you know, people have always talked aesthetically about the whether it looks nice or not with or without the yellow front, but of course you talk about from a health and safety point of view and visibility point of view, which is which of course is something that most of us don't really think about. Still a pleasure to drive this timetable because there is so much going on all the time. This is coming into Harrow and Euston. Hello, good morning, Mr. Riley. Hope you are well. And of course, I suppose the other thing we haven't mentioned as well is the Class 90, and it looks as though I can't imagine that's massively far off, really. I think it's in the 0 to 3 months window now, isn't it? So maybe after Christmas, but that's going to be fun to drive, and within a couple of days somebody will have a passenger variation of that, even though there probably will be an official one eventually as well. Oh, excellent, Mr. Riley. Yeah, fantastic. I'd love to be able to get into 3D modelling. I have to say, it looks great fun if you can master the art. I've watched a few videos on it. And excuse me. I get the concept of the model, but the oh, there's a 66 on a Freightliner, but it's the texturing bit that I don't get. I've seen those texture maps, and I kind of don't get how you build all those squares and then it makes up the model. And we got the flying banana as well there. Yeah, I think there'll be a lot of people absolutely buzzing for that to come out, Concorde. And maybe it just makes the case for doing the Great Eastern Main Line just a bit easier as well. And you would imagine a 321 wouldn't be that difficult to do. Yeah, it's a nice fast Freightliner coming through. Yeah, definitely, Mr. Riley, and there's some really good freight runs on this timetable mod as well that Josh has created. And I think we've talked before many times, haven't we, about Matt Pedalston's, or certainly Amaze Taze has, about Matt Pedalston's connections with the Great Eastern Main Line. And I think, as he said, well, anything that basically he's kind of expressed an interest for being in the game does end up being in the game, which is kind of not that surprising, really. Yeah, I can definitely see that being a thing. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Alan Thompson's from Cambridge, and obviously that's his absolutely main interest. Trains in and around either the East Coast Main Line into King's Cross or routes going in East Anglia, so certainly that would be right up there, I think, with his interests. And we know they are interested in developing another route because they've advertised for new staff in the last couple of weeks. I think there's an interview process going on quite soon. I just hope really that they can get somebody working on these things full time, but I don't know whether that's possible. Because the problem with the Alan Thompson kind of way of doing things, if there's people building stuff part time, then it's going to take an absolute age to produce a new route. But who knows? They might be working on it already, and it's kind of the next phase of it. Yeah, definitely Concorde, yeah, and I think Scooby would 100% agree with that. I'd love to see a 455, actually. It's such a train that's been in and around for so long, from the 70s. And I've never been a great fan of the Armstrong powerhouse sounds of the 455. I feel as though we're waiting for somebody to do a good version of it. You managed to get a double-headed working, did you, Rachel? Yeah, that's a very strange thing for Fawkes to say. Bear in mind, you know, he created the original West Coast Main Line South, that 2024 timetable, which included a lot of freight. Ah, brilliant. I mean, I was under the impression that you couldn't get two 86s working in power. But yeah, I bet that looked really good. And very much the case. I mean, but nearly all, well, most of the major freight stuff comes through the West Coast Main Line, and you stand out anywhere. And you know, I've talked about that bit of line between Stafford and Crewe that is near to me, and if you stand there watching for 45 minutes, you'll see a whole number of freight trains going through. Yeah, it's going to be a very sad thing to see the 455s go in Concorde. Again, it's very much the end of an era with them. Sounds like a I don't know, it sounds to me like a bit like a Dovetail Games kind of comment. You know, he's kind of towing the party line already. I mean, I think you've only got to do some of the stuff you've created, and that running in and out of Wembley and Willesden Yard is absolutely lovely. Yeah, that's interesting, Concorde. I didn't realise that's crept up on me, that one. I'm hoping, actually, I've got a week off in a couple of weeks' time, and I haven't decided yet, but if I do pop down to London at some point, then I definitely must try and make sure I get on the 455, which, as you say, might just be the last time. Yeah, definitely, and it's going to add a lot more interest, being able to drive them with the Class 90 as well. Yeah, exactly, Josh, and that's the beauty of it. And I mean, driving a freight train is just a completely different experience when you've got 32 containers behind you. It's you just feel the weight of the train, which is strange, really, when you driving a train on a computer game, but you almost feel the weight behind you, and it takes that extra bit of control. And once you start getting adverse signals, it's just keeping the train moving, depending on the gradients, and it makes it really, really fun. Yeah, the daytime ones are fantastic as well, and I loved that route, that run that we did, where you were able to give us that little insight and say, well, actually, you're scheduled to be into Milton Keynes about such and such, and then there's a train, Pendolino, that's leaving Milton Keynes at such and such a time. So again, it's just that extra insight, and pathing these things in reality must be absolutely different stuff. And you kind of having to learn to sometimes not go full power, and once you get into a sequence where you've got adverse signals ahead of you, then you're kind of just holding back a little bit, but also you're conscious of getting it just right, because you don't want to be holding trains up behind you as well. I mean, for a real train driver, the concentration required, if you get endless double yellows for, say, 20 miles or something, then it must be so very easy to slip the concentration, because suddenly you get a load of double yellows and then suddenly you get a single yellow, and the brain could almost forget about that because you're cancelling out the AWS, and then you're in trouble, aren't you, straight off. Yeah, absolutely. I can imagine, and we got a bit of that with. Oh crikey, I've forgotten his name. Dale Charman with the. Although that's the tube and it's slightly different, but he's always kind of saying things along the lines of, there must be a train in front of us, and he starts to plan his driving in terms of what's in front of him, which is very, very interesting. Probably the wheel flange there. Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like just planning ahead slightly, but as you say, it's certainly that's the one thing I've realised fairly early on, that if you get a sequence of yellows, that you just don't, but you're not going to bomb and try and go as fast as you possibly can, because you know that you're going to get held up. And I think the key thing is to keep it moving, really. Coming into Watford High Street. So this is 2019, so this is that transitionary period where the 710s were being introduced. So there are still plenty of 378s around on this run. Something about this station I absolutely love as well. Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, absolutely. Hello? I love that. I've never seen that before. Never seen that before. I was hoping I might make a bit of time up during the journey, but I'm still woefully off the pace really by a good few minutes. We have got a bit of medication in, Josh. Thanks for asking. So hopefully it'll help a bit. Probably talking for 4 hours is not going to be massively helpful, but I'm sure I'll be all right. But yeah, we have got some in the we've got some in the cupboard, I think. I'm blaming my work colleagues because I've not been anywhere to catch it from otherwise. Well, I think the point being, it's just accurate, isn't it? So yeah, it's actually precision driving, and the problem is, you've got to be absolutely spot on with your braking, haven't you? That's the key thing. I think we got 2 Pendolinos in the platform, but again, a lovely run, and again, just demonstrating what a superb timetable this is. And it's lovely to see these autumnal colours as well. You got one just heading out northbound, and then one about to come in southbound. And of course, as ever, there's plenty going on. We've got a 350 coming in as well. The thing is, it doesn't matter what time of the day it is. It doesn't matter if it's rush hour or this time of the day. It's just so busy. course, that's the original 350 for the time being, but looking forward to that time when we can operate the new 350s on this route as well. Right, so okay, well, this is where it gets exciting. So let's jot down my score. So 12,804 for me, and well, certainly Electric Blues 13,823. That is a tremendous score. You've knocked me off the park, and I mean, speeding, actually, I've got no points for speeding, so it's got to be on-time bonus and accuracy bonus, maybe, that you've done a bit better there. Yeah, that sounds great, Rachel, actually. I bet it'd be great fun. I don't think I've got any green ginger, Brian. All right, thank you for your contribution as well. So 12,092. So yeah, well played. Thank you very much for taking part. Well, you say that, yeah, I suppose it's true, but I always say that to Amaze Tays, I mean, the thing is, as well, you're popping comments in the chat, so if you're trying to read the chat and keep track of with these loads of stations as well, it's just quite difficult. So I think we're only waiting on Amaze Tays' score then at the minute. But yeah, really good run. Enjoyed that. So right, fantastic, Amaze Tays. Well, I'll just play a quick advert break whilst we're waiting, and then I'll fiddle about with my scoreboard then. So we'll be back in a moment. Yeah, fantastic. So the great thing about the leaderboard as well is we haven't got to worry about my dodgy maths either. So literally put the score in, and then it very good evening. It arranges it properly. Live stream. Hope you are all well, and good evening to Seb. Yes, I know it's the F1 today, but yeah, you're quite welcome to watch there, of course. And good evening. Oh, I don't know what's going on there, by the way. So we've got some sound coming through on something else. I've got something weird there. As well. Hope you are well, and away we go. Let's have our titles. Playing an old video for some reason. That's a bit strange. Right, stop that. So we've got coming up next will be Manchester Airport commuter route. So that'll be 1 Alpha 36 in the 390. But yeah, cheers for the assistance on the on the throat and everything, Brian. I'm sure I'll be all right, but it might just take a day or two just to get things back to normal again. We're just waiting on Amaze Tazy's score, and then we will carry on our second run with the Pendolino. All right, cheers. Thank you very much, Amaze Tazy. So 12,809. So you beat me by 5 points there, which is excellent. Right, so there we go. That's the leaderboard, and I'll just see if I can get it into a screen where I can read it properly now. So yeah, so Electric Blues is the winner, and I was second, amazingly. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, Amaze Taze. Let's try getting your scoring right. I knew this would happen. There we are. That's better. Electric Blues is the winner. Amaze Taze was second. And then I was third. And Brian was fourth. But all of you well played. And interesting that apart from Electric Blues, who had a fantastic run, we were all in the 12,000s, weren't we? So I know this is it. I knew I would get a mistype in there. So yeah, funny that it happens straight away on the first run. So in our battle between myself and Amaze Taze, then you have taken the lead there. But Electric Blues is the winner. Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Riley, yeah, and you're quite welcome if you get the chance to participate on any of these runs. But yeah, just a new idea. I thought we'd put the leaderboard in. Absolutely, but well played, everybody. Thank you very much for joining in on that, and it's quite enjoyable. I've just got a bit of messing around with trying to get it exactly right to show up in the game at the moment, but there we are. So that's that, and let us reload the game back up, and then our next run is, so we're on Manchester Airport commuter 390, so a short one to begin with, 1 Alpha 36. Just for the 10 minutes or so, Manchester Airport, Manchester Piccadilly to Stockport. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it's just literally, I think it's called leaderboarding.com. So, the great thing is, it's quite easy. You just add a participant into it. And the lovely thing is, you just then type the score in and it automatically works up the shape. So rather than me have to worry about trying to work out the order, then as long as I can get the score in rightly, then it shows up. So that's fantastic. But yeah, again, Rachel, if you fancy doing one of these runs, all you need to do is post your score at the end of the run, and everybody's welcome to join in. And we've already talked about on the chat on the Discord about maybe doing an overall leaderboard or something as well at some point, but we'll have to work on that. So 390, 390. Make sure we get the right weather in. I thought this was just to Stockport, actually. It's a bit farther than I thought. It's actually to Wilmslow, isn't it? Oh, I don't know, Rachel. You'll show us how it's all done. But yeah, it's something that, I mean, it's thanks really to Amaze Tays, because we started doing this certainly the start of the year anyway, but probably getting on for 12 months now. But basically we've been doing the same run at the same time, comparing scores, so it's helped me to improve my driving somewhat, and it just adds a little bit of a fun element to it. Good evening, Zach. Yeah, I hope you are well. Yeah, no worries. There's no it's not compulsory to start at 5 o'clock. It's just as and when you could find the time to fit us in, really. Oh, I don't know, Brian. I mean, usually my scores are generally not the best, but it's just trying to, you know, we improve over time, really. You know, only a bit of fun anyway. But it's but I think it's a good bit of fun. I think I enjoy it. Yeah, I'm great, thanks, Zach. Yeah, it's all the better for being able to do a little bit of YouTubing and driving trains. What's not to like? And again, it's great that we've now got the Voyager in the timetable. Where's that going off to? Well, not just yet. That's signposted as Crewe, isn't it? A couple of 323s. Again, always busy. We just need these announcements sorted now, so that you don't get every train as this train is for Manchester Piccadilly. Funnily enough, I can't hear any announcements now. Yeah, absolutely, Brian. Yeah, definitely right. Yeah, I can't quite offer a prize, unfortunately. Um, maybe one day, if funds really do start to take off a little bit. Wow, that's over 100 hours. Well, it doesn't matter, Rachel, because the thing is, you're in the chat, so as long as you can post your score, you haven't got to do anything other than put the score in. It's not like you've got to demonstrate what you're doing in the game. So it would be nice to have, you know, just as many as we can get. Really, it's all good fun. I can't remember what my level is. I'm nowhere near up to then. I think I've said before that the issue for me more than anything, making excuses here, but I don't often get masses of time to play the game in the week, and it's kind of like trying to put together a few videos and a bit of time putting those together. Yeah, no, that'd be good. Be good, Rachel. Yeah, that'd be brilliant. And you know, obviously keep the stream playing. I don't know how you normally play the stream, but if you play it on you play it on the phone, and then you play the game on your TV or however you normally do it. Ah, right. Are you new in terms of playing it on the PC? Are you, Mr. Riley? Yeah. See. Yeah. I take it you can't move the profiles over. But yeah, I'm very much in that department. Really, I don't get masses of time to play it in the week. Ah, good evening, Trade Spotted D. Hope you are well. No, I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's, I mean, it's a brilliant game, but it's just finding the time as well. And I sometimes feel during the week it's kind of a little bit like home, driving home, having tea, and then going bed. But I try and spend a bit of time recording stuff or editing stuff, bits and bobs, but there isn't that much time in the day. Ah, fantastic. Well, there you go then. So yeah, I mean, you haven't got to connect anything up in terms of playing the game. It's just literally just do the run and then put the score in the chat at the end. Yeah, absolutely, which is great, really, and I mean, I'll be honest with you, when I go into work and my colleagues are nattering away about the latest series that they're binge watching, it's a different world for me. I never get the time, and I'm not bothered really. much prefer to be doing stuff with the game. Ah, right, fantastic. Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, yeah, brill. So that would work perfectly. And I know, obviously, there's a lot of talk about playing the game on consoles and the difficulties with it. And without any shadow of doubt, it's a game that works essentially just properly on the PC, and I think it'll always be a bit like that. Yeah, well, absolutely. Yeah, that's perfect. Ah, excellent, Mr. Riley. Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, I think with an upgraded PC, and as you'll know, the one I'm using, it's 5 years old now, so that would really be lovely to do. I've realised actually that for the recording videos that I was kind of on a stage below being the best quality, so I've increased that for the recording videos. I'm hoping that'll start to look a bit better, but I don't think I can stream on it. I think it would be too demanding with our broadband connection. Oh yeah, I couldn't be messing about with editing videos on a smartphone. Yeah, me too, Electric Blues. It's little things like that I would absolutely love to. I mean, it's good watching some of the videos, and you get some nice tips. But it would be good to get the absolute sort of gen on stuff like that about where to start breaking some of these stations. It'd be nice if we could get the announcements included into the train as well for the Pendolino. Weird thing is, I've not heard any announcements anywhere yet. Although we do have announcements included. That's the Holiday Inn, I do know that. Or is that the Holiday Inn? It's one of them anyway. I think it was the one I've just showed. Then that's obviously that multi-storey car park. And I think instead of it being NCP, I think they've got it as ATS. Oh, there we go. Yeah, sometimes you just got to be in the right spot, haven't you, to hear the announcements. Yeah, absolutely. And I've done that a time or two as well, where you've suddenly seen the station hurtling towards you, and you're thinking, I'm going to put some brakes on. I like it, Rachel. So this is a slight bonus actually. I didn't check massively, but I kind of worked it out that the Manchester Piccadilly to Euston services don't really seem to stop at this way, and then I wonder if this is actually on Crewe Birmingham as well, but I didn't realise that it was possible to get one that both stopped at Stockport, then went on to Wilmslow towards Crewe, and stops at Milton Keynes as well. I mean, you must have, I suppose it's, I don't know whether it's something that, I suppose it's a skill that comes to you over time, and I suppose you improve on it. But the thing that would bother me if I was a real train driver would be sort of daydreaming, and you know, I'd be thinking of something else in the back of my mind, and then again you go flying through a station. I don't know whether you can tell us, but have you ever actually missed a scheduled stop simply because you forgot that the train was stopping there in real life? I mean, I can remember there's a, I think it's still on YouTube somewhere, but there's a oh, excuse me, there's a really good Euston to Liverpool Live Street video, again with an electric, an old electric, I can't remember if it was an 86 or an 87, but I think he stops at either Lichfield Trent Valley or Tamworth, and the traction inspector man who was doing the commentary comments on this to the driver, and the driver didn't even realise. Excellent, Rachel. I love to hear that. Yeah, that's great. But I think the point that was made in the video was that it's like, well, he would have stopped at the station anyway, because he was being diverted off the fast line onto the slow lines. Then it would have triggered his brain into realising that he was actually stopping at the station. I think I will electric blues, yeah, definitely. We should get a bit more speed going. Well, absolutely. You know, no harm done. People can just get off at the next station and have a wander back. You know, what's the problem? And I get that it must be very easy to do, because you just get so many different services with different stopping patterns. So it's got to be a real issue. But yeah, it's really good to have your insights, and I know you'll obviously reply in the comments. But yeah, I think, was it 30 years ago? Am I right in saying? Probably been a bit. It can't be that long ago, surely. "35 years ago, wow." I'd got 30 years in my mind. I mean, the funny thing was, actually, having said all that, I was kind of interested in the chat and the comments and on all this stuff. And I must admit, I was sweating a little bit, thinking that I wasn't going to make the stop into Wilslow, which would have been, shall we say, somewhat ironic, having just talked about it. Just a shame we can't carry on this run down to Crewe, isn't it? Yeah, it's amazing that it's great to see the interest, I think, from people who, you know, do and used to work on the railways. I think they need to plonk a few... Oh, here we go. I think they need to plonk a few more announcement posts along here, because it seems a bit quiet. Right, cheers, Electric Blue. So 4262. Ooh, I've beaten you. Ah, there we go. 4270 for me. So hang on. PF 4270. Electric Blues is 4262. And the Maze Tays is 4252. So we'll get those scores in a sec. Did anybody else participate in that? I don't know whether Brian did. Excuse me. So how are we doing for time, by the way? I might have an early half-time drink, actually. Yeah, and imagine that's definitely a no-no, yeah. Because again, you've got to be able to hear those AWS sounds, haven't you? It would be really, really difficult. I'm sure it's happened. I'm sure it's happened that people have done it when they're not supposed to. Right, try and type the scores in correctly this time. Ah, score coming up from Brian. Right, okay, we'll get that in. So, very, very quick advert break then. Excellent, Mr. Riley, yeah. I've got my specs on the PC, on the channel, so it because I never remember. It's on my list on my YouTube channel heading. But it's quite old now, about 5 years old. But yeah, no, that's great. It's always good to see. I think there's some brilliant videos on YouTube. Yeah, I think so, Mace Tays. I was going to say after the next one, but I think the throat definitely needs a little bit of thirst quenching. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, right. Oh, have a great tea, Josh, and we'll reconvene again soon. Um, right, so that's Manchester Airport commuter. That one was Mr. Riley. Enjoy your tea. But yeah, it's a nice little route. Again, we've talked about it endlessly, but it'd be lovely to get Crewe into the game, and in terms of Crewe to Wilmslow, that section's missing at the moment. So we're just waiting on Brian's score, and then I'll go and do the half time drink in a moment. I'll tell you what. Let me while we're waiting, let me go and do that half time drink, and we'll be back in a second. Then I'll do you the leaderboard when we come back. Oh, well, I'm back. And yeah, you can run ads during live stream this round. So the very first time I did it, we had automated ads on, but the problem was that ads were popping up about once every 20 minutes, which is a bit irritating. It's in the middle of the run. So I've worked out that you can actually manually set them, so we can just put up an advert in the middle of the run. So the idea being, hopefully, it's not going to interrupt the viewing experience too much. But yeah, cheers. Yeah, so I've had a couple of sips of the old cough medicine as well. So hopefully that will stand me in good stead. So we're just waiting on Brian's score, I think, at the moment. I mean, this is the score as things stand. That's the current scoreboard. Just waiting on. Oh, actually, I haven't changed the title, have I? I've just thought. Wait a minute. What was it called? 1A. 36, wasn't it? There we go, that's better. We've now got the right train in there. So I think what I'll do is I'll start up the next run anyway, and then I can update it to show Brian's score once we've completed the journey. I think that's the best way of doing it, isn't it? Yeah, definitely right. Yeah, definitely close running there. But I think when you have a shorter run like that, then there's always the chance that you're going to get close scores, aren't you? So I'm not going to do it, but I'm just wondering actually whether 1 Alpha 36 is on Crewe to Birmingham New Street as well, or at least Crewe to Stafford section of it. Should be, I think. So the next one, so it is 1 Alpha 36 anyway, and this time it's using the Forks timetable for West Coast Main Line South. Ah, very good question, Scooby. Yeah, well, you know I have, because you can see it. I made some notes on a few weeks back now on Watford Junction to London Euston. Sadly not a Mace Taze. I think I've run out of them. We need to get some more in, so no, it's just a standard. But I've made some notes on Watford Junction to Euston because that seemed like a candidate for doing it hoodless at some point, because there aren't that many times where it changes. But again, needs plenty of practice to before we could do that. So I'm not going to do it, but let me just check on Birmingham Crewe just to see if 1 Alpha 36 is also on there. Well, it's not on the 390, but that's not always a given. No, it doesn't look as though it is, does it? But of course, this is a different era timetable. Perhaps it will be on the newer one. Yeah, I'm the same. Good evening, Peter. Right, okay, the Brazilian Grand Prix is finished now, has it? Who's the... well, I don't know whether you can say the winner, and I don't know if there's anybody who's kind of going to watch it later. So, spoiler alerts and all that. Where they used to say on News at 10 that if you want to avoid the result, then look away now. Yeah, definitely right with the minimal HUD. I'm the same. I think you don't want the signals to be showing up in advance. So it's still 1 Alpha 36, so we're carrying on from Milton Keynes to London Euston. Right, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's good that they are working through on the on some of the bugs. Yeah, I'm the same, and it's just literally because, again, I just don't know the speed limits just anywhere near close enough. You know, even though I've probably done hundreds of runs sometimes up and down the line, but maybe one day. Takes me back to, I went to an air show once during Wimbledon. I think it was ladies singles final day, and I'd said to my family, I don't want to know the result because I'm going to watch it when I come in, and my niece came running out of the house, absolutely delighted to tell me who'd won it. So I said, thank you very much for that. She just could not help herself. Let's get the all this stuff sorted out. I know. I think she'd do the same now, though, and she's in a... how old is she now? Let me think. She's in her 30s now, so... Oh, hang on. We don't want left doors unlocked, do we? We want right doors, that's better. Yeah, I always find there are some trains that I always do it via the keyboard, and then there's some that I don't, because I sometimes find sometimes you can switch the AWS on, but then at the same token you can knock one of the other systems off. So I do prefer to, some trains like this I like to do from the panel at the back. Yeah, so some of it's a bit of a nonsense, isn't it? It'd be, I think it'd be great. Oh, cheers, Brian, by the way, 4098. Thanks for letting us know. So that's run 2. I'll put that in a bit for you. But I had a problem for ages driving the Azuma as an example, where I was putting the AWS on, and I thought, and I used all that shift and enter and control and enter, and I was finding it was knocking the DSD off. So there's some trains I like to do it automated, and some that I don't. Good evening, Dominic. Well, that's great. Yeah, I've said before, but there's definitely a bit of a crossover between Formula One and the live stream. So quite understand that you might want to watch the Formula One before joining us. But yeah, thanks for joining us, Dominic. Oh, I like that story. Yeah. Another chance to see Lewis Hamilton's magnificent victory at Silverstone this afternoon. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was doing with the right arrow key. Yeah. Yeah, I've kind of got to the point where I've got a bit more experience with the AWS and the buttons, where I kind of know where I'm okay to do the keyboard shortcut way, and the ones where I feel as though I need to do it from the back wall. But I'm just waiting for that time when we switch the game on and it's already there and you can set it all up by default. I like that. No more getting out of your chair. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm the same, Rachel, and I've yet to really stream. I've done a bit of streaming with the German stuff, but I'm still only sort of learning slightly. I'm looking forward to the time when I can actually do a full run with the ice train and actually properly observe all the speed stuff. Oh, there's the 66. Yeah, I feel a bit like that, and I mean, to my mind anyway, the UK system just feels logical. It's kind of like, you know, you get a double yellow and you know what you need to do in terms of getting the speed down. And I don't like this kind of pre-scripted, automated thing that you've got to have it down by a certain amount of time. But it seems... I suppose there's an argument for saying the German system is maybe safer, but the UK one just seems logical to me. Yeah, well, if you're old enough, I'm sure you'll remember, Peter, the classic Likely Lads episode where Bob and Terry spent the day trying to avoid the score of, what was it, England-Bulgaria. And of course, there was they'd seen, I think, Bob had seen the newspaper stand England F, and they were thinking England flopped, England fools, or England 5, and it turned out it was England flooded out. Well, I'm glad it's not just you, Rachel. I kind of I kind of get it to an extent. Yeah, excellent, Brian. Yeah, no, it's good. I think that's one of the great things about the stream and the channel. Really, people pipe up with different things. But yeah, very interested about the Unreal Engine 5 stuff. And I remember Mace Tay said on the stream on Thursday, and if you happen to loop down the chat on the live stream of the roadmap stream, then Amaze Tays is quite a prominent poster, and Matt very often responds to Amaze Tays' questions. But Amaze Tays made the prediction that it will be available in Tradesman World in a couple of years' time, and surely they can't start the process and say, right, we're having a new game and you're starting all over again. Good evening, Andrew. Yeah, we've got shortbread on the go in two ways tonight. So we've now got N8 Scooby 156 shortbread express, and we've got the real 156 shortbread express in the channel. Yeah, I agree with you, Rachel. The you know, I get that there's an interest, there's a bit of a game. You know, it's a different game, and there probably is some sort of market for all stuff like that, but yeah, I've got to confess that's just not for me. When you saw basically two trains in a race with each other and then one of them coming off the tracks and that's just not what I'm interested in. Oh, very much so, yeah. I suppose they don't want to get too ahead of themselves, but clearly there are hopefully things that will work better. Yeah, definitely, Dominic and Electric Blues. But yeah, Scooby put a shot up on the Discord channel earlier on about his shortbread supply that he has in hand today, and very, very jealous. Oh, I'm very partial to a bit of shortbread. You are indeed, Andrew. Yeah, I was interested, assuming I wasn't misunderstanding what he was saying, but he seemed to imply that it's able to create buildings a lot more straightforwardly and slightly more automated, which is going to be a great thing. I mean, yes, I know you're not going to get an automated big station custom build, but if it could put in some of the other buildings a lot quicker, then it's got to be good. Oh, Dominic, Terry's chocolate orange. Oh my goodness. Well, I don't think I've got any chance of getting a good score on this run, because I'm going to be daydreaming about shortbread and Terry's chocolate orange. Yeah, I think I'm the same, Electric Blues. I do actually have some some cookies though. They're only from Co-op, but white chocolate chunk cookies. But I kind of take the view I can't really munch on them whilst we're playing the game. You don't want to hear me eating. 100%, Andrew, 100%. I totally agree with that. The very first time you popped up on the channel, I was driving a 156 as well, which was great. Oh, sounds nice, Peter. Yeah. It's only coffee that keeps me awake in a day at work, to be honest. Yes. Well, I think a former friend of our channel, Christopher, has been to see Roy Chubby Brown. Yeah, I mean, they talk quite a lot about the console issues, didn't they, on Thursday? And Mace Tays made the point, and he said, well, I bet you're just as frustrated about the issues on consoles as the users are, and they kind of said that was definitely the case. So they seem to have a few ideas what's causing it, but they said there's no one magic solution. It's going to need a lot more work doing. Yeah, I mean, I'm very much the same. Yeah, I'd love to see these bugs sorted out, and sometimes you feel as though stuff comes out in a blaze of glory but never properly gets fixed. I mean, it's lovely to see and hear about the new stuff, and I think that keeps you motivated and interested in the game, and always interested in the new stuff coming out. But yeah, for goodness sake, go back and fix the problems. Good evening, Dean. Hope you're well. And I think that is always going to be the way, unless we get the next generation, and if that's capable of running the game. And I guess train simulation's always going to be, you know, compared with, say, flight sim, you need detailed scenery at every section of the line, don't you? So I suppose it's always going to be quite demanding. Yeah, you go through these little lulls, don't you? And I think you get the excitement of the new game coming out in September, and then we've had this big release of Crewe Birmingham, which was exciting. And then it's like, well, possibly one more thing before Christmas, and then it's going to go a bit quiet in the January, February, and then there'll probably be a big boost to get things out in sort of March, April time. Goes through a very similar cycle year on year. I like that, Peter. Yeah, is that on console for you? Yeah, I think I've seen a bit on that, Scooby. Yeah, he's quite prominent, isn't he, Train Sim Society? I mean, there are times when I sometimes feel as though they're not 100% honest and transparent about things, and I think sometimes they should just come out and say, look, this is where we are at with this game. It's not going to be 100% perfect. And perhaps I'm being a bit naive saying that, because I suppose they do want people to still buy the routes. Oh, excellent, Mr. Riley, yeah. Yeah, and again, I do feel it runs better, Traton World 6 than TSW5. And, you know, I've had some awful stuttering at times coming into Euston, and okay, we'll see how it behaves on this run, but generally it seems to be quite a bit better. Oh, blooming ink. Missed me 110. That's knocked me some points off there, hasn't it? The TAS has got me. Yeah, well, to be honest with you, mine's on it's on the D drive. Now, there is an SDD drive on this PC, but it's not big enough to host the game. So I know that's a big thing. People say you need an SDD drive, but as I say, it's not big enough to for me to run the game on. Yes, indeed, Andrew. Yeah. I was thinking, you see, I was coasting along, I was looking at the chat, I was thinking, well, there's no imminent speed restrictions. I'd forgotten about that one just before Watford Junction. Oh, that's good, Rachel, yeah. Yeah, well, funnily enough, all the PCs I bought before, I've had a 2 terabyte hard drive, but that was the one defect with this one that I bought, and it's I've got loads of 2 terabyte external hard drives. I've got about 6 of them going, but of course that's no good for you can't really run the game on an external hard drive. I mean, for me personally, I've got a couple of the settings on Ultra, but most things are on standard, but it's slightly degraded on the streaming as well. I haven't got the very optimal MP4 setting on OBS Studio. That's kind of a limitation of where I am. Yeah, I think I'm a bit like that, Rachel, to be honest. I've put the Sky at medium because somebody suggested that kind of doesn't matter. I've got some of the textures on Ultra, and I've got some of the other bits and bobs on mostly on high. Yeah, that was, I can't remember, it might even have been yourself, Mr. Riley, that suggested about putting the Sky onto medium, and I have done that. Yeah, it sounds like it, Rachel, yeah. So, I mean, we do get, as you can see, you get the odd stuttering, but it's fairly reasonable. I mean, I'll put the frame rates up, but we're pretty respectable. A wee dram. I do. Not too many of them though. Because if there's one thing guaranteed to give me a big hangover is having too many whiskies. But yeah, on a colder evening, there's nothing nicer. I know. I think a very poor attempt from me personally, but very kind of you to say so. We'll have to make sure these speed limits that we get something right in before we get towards Euston. Yeah, it certainly does. Yeah, it's... heading towards Wembley Central. Well, yeah, never quite really got this screen percentage thing. I mean, I'm on 100. I read somewhere somebody suggested that you put it as 110, but I'm a bit clueless in that respect, as working out whether that's going to improve things or make it worse. I'm not sure. All right, you're on 4K, are you, Rachel? Yes, indeed, Andrew. Yeah. I'll be honest with you, it's absolute age since I've driven the this Forks timetable, and I think. In my experience, the OTS one that we did earlier, I think runs smoother than this one. I think this is a bit of a frame rate killer sometimes. I might try that, Amaze Taze. Well, 1920 by 1080 is HD, isn't it? So 2560s is the next level up, I think, isn't it? I think that's 4K. Or is it in between? I get mixed up. That's not 4K, is it? Right, okay. But it's better than HD, isn't it? Because full HD's 1920 by 1080, isn't it? Right, let's get some brakes on for the 55 coming up. Yeah, that's the great thing about this mod. I mean, we've got the this Evero, however you pronounce it, coming up officially soon, but we've got one in this timetable. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in playing it at 4K, Rachel, but the issue I've got, and I suppose I could play it at 4K and then stream it in HD, but I know that I can't stream it in HD because of our sort of rubbish broadband living out in the country as I do. What platform are we coming in on? 13. So the question here is, have we actually, I don't think we've got clearance into the platform, have we? And we've got 3.5 minutes to go, so we'll have to keep an eye on this. No, it's unfortunate being out in the country, and of course if you're not live streaming then you're kind of okay on that, but if you are streaming then it kind of does make a difference. So it's quite nice to be held outside Euston though. Might be the 350 that's the culprit. But has it changed to yellow? No, it's still red, I think, isn't it? No, it's yellow, isn't it? Yeah, we're okay. I believe, I know Joshy's left us, but I think on his 2019 timetable he started work on incorporating the announcements, or at least incorporating the new 350 into West Coast Main Line South, which will mean we'll get the in-cab announcements. Yeah, excellent, Rachel. Yeah, we've looked, and there's kind of nothing definitive in that respect. Hi Seb. You enjoy the watching the Grand Prix? Yeah, and I think Peter's made the point as well sometimes that the routes without catenary as well has made a difference. Yeah, we've definitely noticed that, Peter. Yeah. I mean, you can see there, I'm sort of stuttery coming into the platforms. It's not as bad as we had at one point last year, where literally the picture was like freezing. We have Rachel, yeah, and it seems as though they kind of say keep watching, but there's nothing absolutely imminent. There's always plenty going on. You've got the 710 waiting. You've got 350s waiting over there. Plenty of Pendolinos. Loads of other 350s. Oh, we've got the Flying Banana in as well. Yeah, so let's make a note of these scores then. So this is the third run, isn't it? So Amaze Taze was 13,603. And we'll find out mine in just a second. All right, Electric Blues is nearly in. You can, by all means, Seb. I mean, it's up to you. If you've got the North London line, you can do the next run, or you can. Right, 13,609 from Electric Blues. So that's actually a better score than Amaze Taze. Oh, what's this? A locked doors, and then locked again. Locked doors. The doors are locked. Have we got this very daft situation where we're about 2 yards away, or is it just time-wise? Oh no, it's done it now. Yeah, we're fine. Right, here we go. So, ooh, 13,503. So that task thing, I think, killed me. Speeding, yeah, 97.5. So first of all, let's just update the scoreboard for the second run. Yeah, fantastic, Seb. Yeah, no, that's always appreciated. So let's go back to our scoreboard. So first of all, for the second run, I need to put in Brian's score. So that was 4098, wasn't it? Right, so leaderboard we want. There we go. So that was the Manchester Piccadilly to Wilmslow. So there's the official confirmation. Oh, I actually won that one, didn't I? And then Electric Blues was second. Amaze Taze was third. Brian was fourth on that one. And then we need to just do a bit of updating for the next run. 13,538. Well, there you go, Brian. So you got a better score than me on that one. So let's get the scores in for that one. Well played all. And again, thank you everybody for contributing. I think it's it really does add some excitement to all this. So try and get me the scores in right. 13. I think I was bottom on that run, wasn't I? Right, I think that's all in. I just love how it updates it for you. I think it makes it a lot better. So there we go. So for that run, Electric Blues was the winner, 13,609. Amaze Taze, 13,603. Brian, 13,538. And then Mr. Powerflower himself was 13,503. So bottom of the charts for that run. But again, thank you very much everybody for taking part. As ever, really enjoyed that. And we'll get the game loaded up again. So the plan now is we're on the North London line, and we are doing 2 November 49, I believe it is, Watford Junction to Stratford. Oh, excellent, Peter. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was close, really close. So yes, we're on the North London line. Fair enough. Yeah, that's fine. Now, the last time we did the North London line, the game crashed coming into Stratford. So again, hoping that that as TSW6 a little bit more stable, that hopefully that won't be an issue now. Excellent, Concord. Yeah, no, that's brilliant. Yeah, you can do, Seb. Yeah, I kind of, if you're doing a different route, I can't really put you down on the scoring because we're we're not quite matching apples with apples, are we? But yeah, by all means, have a go and enjoy it, because that's the key thing about this game, isn't it? It's enjoying it. So we want the loaded one, I think. There we go, 1548. I like it, Peter, yeah. Yeah, you love the bog carts, don't you? And it's quite a challenging route, this, actually, because again, the speed limits are up and down and all over the place. So it's trying to remember Gospel Oak and Camden Road are two places that often catch me out. Yeah, let's hope so. And also, yeah, I mean, this one, incidentally, I always do with the... I always use the shortcuts on there because they always work fine. Oh, I don't know. I think I've got that installed, haven't I? Scooby, I can't remember now. Actually, I must show off as well before we finish, even if we don't get a chance to drive it, but I must show off your 313 tribute livery, because I've got that installed. It looks absolutely lovely. What did you think of the screenshots of the Richmond extension? Great to see the first couple of shots of it. I think we're all waiting to find out what's going to happen with the tube stop between Richmond and Gunnersbury. Do you think it'll be the D stock, or you know, could there be a surprise and we can get an AI S8 or something? I mean, I've got quite a lot of your liveries installed, Scooby, but I can't remember whether I've got that one in. I mean, straight away, this section, this always catches me out, and you've kind of got that downhill bit, and then it's uphill, and it's like gradients-wise, it's absolutely all over the place. So we are going to get another run in, but it's going to be slightly more unscheduled. I was thinking a 66 run to finish with, because we haven't tried out the 66 on either Birmingham Crewe or the Riviera Line, but we'll see. Yes, I've got there's a really good video 125 video of a full run from Richmond to Woolwich, and it was in the very tail end of that particular era. I think they were in Silverlink colours in that video. Yeah, I think it's going to make it though, and I suppose that it was good that we had the transitionary thing and that we got this section done. I think Johannes incredible trains was just keen to get it out and to start earning on it, really, which is perfectly understandable. But yeah, it's going to be great having the Richmond extension. Just trying to be a bit smoother on the brakes. It's what is it? It's not Docklands. It's some sort of tram thing, isn't it? Yeah, DLR. Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you got some very interesting station names on that section between Stratford and Woolwich. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean it was a massive bonus, the fact that we get the DLR included at the end of this run, which I think Johannes got the model off. Might have been Transport Tycoon, but it's fantastic that you actually see it, and that's kind of a level of detail that we've never ever seen Dovetail Games incorporate into a route. Yeah, I have to say, I mean, there's some lovely routes being created that you see progress in the forums, and there's a good one around Sheffield that a chap's doing. I can't remember if it's definitely Sheffield to Doncaster, but it's it looks like he's made some good progress with it. I mean, I'm just about capable of laying track on Train Sim Classic and you know, putting buildings in, but I've not really got into the editor on this. Yeah, and I think it's kind of not one we talk about every week, but it's been asked quite a bit. But I think that line would be fantastic from Fenchurch Street. It's such an interesting little station, and again, you've got a good kind of view across London as you go out on there. So I think Johannes was saying with this that he's trying to get permission from TfL to use the official announcements for this route as well, and that would be quite good to get the authentic London Overground voice as you come into each of the stops. I'm a bit short there, aren't I? I think so, Seb. Yeah, definitely. Because time-wise, obviously the kind of 9 o'clock's the little bit of the curfew time. So we should have time for another run. I mean, this will take about 45 minutes or so. So we've got probably about half an hour or so. Ah, excellent. So, what sort of trains were you driving on the Shoeburyness line? Is that kind of back in the day of? I'm trying to remember which what they seem to have had all sorts of stock slung at them over the years, don't they? I think I've seen 305s and 312s, I think, or possibly 310s. Yeah, I think surely we're going to get a reskinned 350, aren't we? I would have thought, for the southwestern trains. I'll try and get it a little bit better here. That should be about right, I think. Yeah, we're not far off. We should be in that little quarter light, so... But yeah, hopefully we'll get the southwestern trains at least. I mean, at least if we've got the 350 substituting for a 450, then that will make Richmond feel a bit busier. And again, if we've got some sort of tube stop, then it's going to be interesting. And I think he's working on optimising the route as well. It's supposed to be a free extension. I don't know whether there's any possibility of them going back on that promise and saying, well, we've now included this, and this, so it's no longer free. But hopefully it still will be free. Oh, of course, we've got the 375 in the game already. Yeah, you're happy with the 378. Love this sort of early evening golden sunshine. Have we got it? Yay, we've got it. That's where we should be. Special service. Again, some lovely detail in and around the route. Right, so Hampstead Heath. Then is it Gospel Oak after that? I seem to recall. But it'd be good with the announcements though, because it's. I think this was a route from day one, because it came out roughly. How'd you know that was the Goblin line? But I think from like very early on, you kind of thought this route would be ideal for announcements. Oh, excellent. Well, there's a load of, again, and this is one of the bug fixes that they need to sort, because it seems as though it was a little bit of a disconnect between Johannes and possibly with the game itself about passengers, because they've always been slightly on the bugged state, to say the least, where train passengers just basically aren't getting on and off the train at all, and you get the odd person waiting, but it's still a massive issue with this route. But ever since I bought that video years ago from video 125 with the 313, I've always kind of had a fascination with it. It's like, I mean, and again, doing freight runs with the 90 are going to be good. I don't know whether it's going to come into the game intentionally. Yeah, that's something. When you get it to stop at 2, do you mean brake step 2? Yeah, so kind of like 30 coming into the platforms and then brake stop 2. Oh, we could have a dispute going on here. I don't think that... oh, 2 yards. Right, okay. Right, I see what you're saying. Yeah, fair enough. I don't think Scooby's going to be very happy about this being called an ugly train. I'm just kind of hoping he's not watching at the moment. Oh, bit of friction going on now. I made that by the skin of my teeth. But then again, it's really designed to catch you out, this little section, because heading into the platforms, you're going downhill all the way. And it's kind of, I mean, it's a good point about, as you say, 2 yards, and I get that. Yeah, I can see that's definitely the quarter. I'd like to kind of get into the realms of being able to do it using the quarter light a little bit better. Oh, it's good to see it's got the right destination on there, Barking Riverside. So that's the 1609 departure. So we've... so unfortunately we don't have those round tables like that in real life, which is a shame. That would be quite a bonus to have those. Very good. So again, I'm not going to edge. I'm going to keep it slightly below because again we're going downhill. And then The other 20 at Camden Road is always something that catches me out as well. But we have to remember that's after Kentish Town, isn't it? So hopefully we should be all right. But it's like a route, absolutely. It's determined to get you in some way. If it doesn't get you somehow, there's always something that will catch you out. There we go, that'll do us. Oh dear, it's all kicking off now. What have we started? Just stupid little things there like bus stops. And even those very, very London looking buildings are nice, and taxis as well. And even those keep left things there. Okay, that's probably not quite in the right place, but you kind of get the point. Right, so this is usually where I have a problem. I'll go zipping off and forget all about the 20 mile an hour. And I've probably been a bit extra cautious. And again, just to make sure that you don't make it, you're going downhill on this section as well. Of course, here we've got the junction with the West Coast main line down to Primrose Hill. Ooh, crikey. I think the thing is that I think we're all different as far as what we like about a train, and your age group and what train that you grew up with, all that sort of stuff comes into play massively. And you know, so it's all relative. Oh, crikey, O'Reilly. See, I'm going to sit on the fence on this one and say I like the 378, I like the 313, and I like older stuff and newer stuff. So that's a namby-pamby answer if ever you got one. Yeah, and I kind of think, you know, that's kind of why, you know, I think Scooby in particular likes the 313s, because that's again a train that you'll remember. I mean, he's a bit younger than me, but not much. So again, we're still going downhill, so it's determined to make sure we speed and go over the 20. Yeah, it has to be that way, Electric Blues. I mean, that's probably actually, I mean, your title sums up probably my greatest train, because that's a train I grew up with. Absolutely loved the first generation electrics. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. It's funny, isn't it? But the 47s are a very good case in point, because they were, I think they had the nicknames, one of the nicknames was Duff, wasn't it? And you know, so there was a lot of people who found them boring and bog standard, and there was certainly a huge amount of them. But they were such workhorses, and they were used on such a variety of stuff, sort of freight to passenger, like, and they were absolutely everywhere. So I think, you know, looking back now, you can kind of say, oh, slightly over on this one, I think. I think you can kind of say that the we're all right. We've still got the doors open in the right place. I hope that emergency thing doesn't cause me any problems. I mean, there's that great story from the 60s about the last day of steam, and I'm trying to remember which station it was out of. It might have been Waterloo, but I think no, we're all right. I think there was a great line of train spotters all photographing the last scheduled service out of Waterloo, and they're expecting it to be a steam, and I think there was a riot broke out virtually when a dirty-looking Class 47 came alongside them. Yeah, kind of was a bit. You always wanted, if you saw, you know, good example, Trans-Pennine Express. If you wanted to see one of those coming into Manchester Victoria, then you kind of hoped it to be a Class 40 or a 45, and you were always slightly disappointed when it was a 47. But again, looking back, you think what great locos they were. Yeah, and certainly Base Tays has great memories of the Great Eastern main line as well. And again, you've got to be over a certain age to remember diesels on the Norwich Expresses. Of course, the line electrified in the 80s, and then they started using the 86s, didn't they? Originally without DVTs. Oh, crikey. Wow. Yeah, that's, well, yeah, say that area, isn't it? Again, I think it just makes me want to hope for a bit more by way of Great Eastern Main Line in Train Sim World. Yeah, I agree with you there. The 31s were absolutely horrible to look at. I mean, again, great fun to drive. I actually... one of the early live streams, I actually had the 31 on a Blackpool branches as me thumbnail. I'm convinced that it was one of the worst watched videos, live streams ever, and it's partly to do with the aesthetics of the 31, I think. We're actually on time now. Yeah, it's a great train to drive. I like driving the 31, but I think the you know, you compare a 37 and a 31, and there's just nothing in it. Oh, I thought that was some something to do with the kind of Cockney accent idea there, Tachel. So underpowered as well, the 31. Did you not enjoy driving them then, Rachel, the 37s? I've lost track of Electric Blues. Which routes do you mean? It's interesting, isn't it, that? I mean, as a kind of a train spotter, then you feel as though they're absolutely gorgeous trains. I thought we got the rotunda hat there. What building's that supposed to be then, Scooby? Well, I like that how it goes dark as we come in. Ah, Blackpool branches, yeah. Yeah, it's a cracking route. Sorry, I'm struggling with my cursor there. I think it's just in a funny position. The great thing about the Just Trains routes is it's all kind of a logical join. So, you know, we've got Preston to Blackpool north and south, and to Ormskirk as well. But then Preston to Carlisle, and now Crewe Preston. Yeah, it's fantastic. Actually, it's nice, and it's nice the fact that you drive the older trains, and also great fun to either take a 101 or a pacer from Ormskirk to Blackpool South. Yeah, absolutely, Josh. That's a damn good point, actually. Because, I mean, again, I'm sure it's just because they haven't had time, but it would have been it'd be quite nice to see the 86 and the 87s now. Yeah, interesting. The thing is that's the difference, isn't it? And again, you know, for a real world train driver, I mean, we look at them as enthusiasts, but for you, it's your office, it's your working environment, and what you want is something that's warm and comfortable. Ah, good evening, dude. Hope you're well. Ah, excellent. So you're all set for your Sunday dinner. Yeah, it definitely does, and a decent route to go with it as well, really. But I think we'd all like to see the 91 put in there. Oh, very much so, dude. Yeah, I'd love to see the first photos of this extension in the stream on Thursday, and it looks lovely, and just can't wait to get my hands on that. I'm guessing that's well, it's kind of not in the 0 to 3 months, so it's going to be, I don't know. I can't even imagine it's going to be January, but hopefully it's not going to be massively too far off. Oh yeah, 100%, Rachel. But that would make it a decent run. I mean, I'd still like to see. I think, you know, one or two people have clamoured for York to be included as well. I'd love to see that triangle put in as well. Doncaster to Leeds and York included. Yeah, absolutely. They did say that, and I mean, if we get the official Overground announcements in, then so much the better. I don't know whether I've got a my battery's going in my mouse, maybe. Oh, I'll Concord, so that's a shame. I hope there isn't a sign of something that's going to happen to me as well. Yeah, there's been an awful lot of clamour about the East Coast Main Line, and I mean the excuses they used at the time when it first came out were palpably a bit off, really, because they kind of said, we decided to do this because it's more interesting, and there's more sort of stops that the Azuma could stop at, but clearly King's Cross to Peterborough is more interesting than Peterborough to York, than Peterborough to Doncaster. I mean, even if it had carried on to York, it would have been kind of like semi-interesting. Yeah, no, that's a shame, Concord. It's damnably frustrating when you don't manage to do the full run to the very end, particularly when you've done 90% of the run anyway. Really annoying. Yeah, absolutely, Scooby. Deltic as well. And I think we said before, but I'd be perfectly happy to have it personally set in the modern day, but have the older stock in for heritage runs. Yeah, I think my battery's going in my mouse. Oh yeah, absolutely, Scooby. Sorry, I thought that's what we were talking about, the East Coast Main Line. Oh, unintentional spad, I was going to say. Yeah. Yeah, it could be. I mean, I think the debate's going to be all about that with the 90. It's like, are they going to do the East Coast Main Line, or are they going to do the Great Eastern Main Line? Either's possible. Well, we got farther on this route than we did last time, anyway, because the last time the game dumped on me just before this section. We didn't manage to get into Stratford. Try and get in me 20 before we get there. Yeah, let's hope so. I think the one thing for certain is we've got to have at least one, maybe two announcements route-wise, sort of in the Christmas announcements, because you kind of hope they're going to come out in the springtime, because it's all got a bit quiet route-wise, isn't it? The only thing we know for certain is we've got Crewe to Preston coming out UK-wise, so beyond that we know nothing. What happened there? Did I get failed by the AWS? Oh, I've got not me. think um, I think I might have to get a battery for this mouse. I can't move it around properly. Hang on. Let me just get a battery for this mouse because it's absolutely doing my head in at the moment. I'll be back in a sec. That's better. I can see what I'm doing now. I know, too right, yeah. No, we don't. So back. Right, there we go. Right. Hopefully that would show. Where are we now? Well, I think it's going to just need resetting because of that emergency brake thing. So hang on. Let us sort ourselves out. We are definitely still shoes down, aren't we? Oh no, what I'm talking about. No, it's pan up. Right. There we go. Yeah, we're fine. Looks gorgeous there with the this early evening lighting, I have to say. Oh. So don't think I'm going to get a good score on this. Ah, excellent, Josh. I like that. Multitasking. That's brilliant. Yeah, I mean, we've got Clapham Junction in the game at the moment, you know, which is brilliant. But but again, no southwestern trains on there. It would be lovely to get this bit of the line extended out to there as well. I've forgotten to shut my bedroom door as well. I'll have to do that in a second as well before the next run. Otherwise, I'm going to get the me dog mithering me over making me sandwiches. It's still an absolutely lovely route though. I really, really love this route. I think my dog must be asleep because I've just mentioned the S word and he didn't hear. So he must be fast asleep at the moment. Yeah, I think so. I think, as we say, I think the 350 substituting for a 450 would be very nice. So my score is 11,559, which I think was way down on Amaze Taze's. If I can find it. It's on the chat somewhere, isn't it? 11,551. Thanks. So I think, am I right in saying, because Concord was doing this run, but the game crashed. Well, we got a derailment. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. But I don't think there was anybody else, was there, now on this run? And I'm going to blame the shenanigans at the end just simply because of my mouse issues. But yeah, thank you. But yeah, really enjoyed these joint runs as ever. And let's get the leaderboard put in as well. But if anybody else was doing this run other than Concord's aborted one, which was a great shame, then just give me a shout, let me know. So this was, which run was this then? So 2N49, wasn't it? But yeah, hopefully very soon we're going to be all doing the full run from Richmond to Stratford, which will be absolutely marvellous. All right, brilliant, Brian. Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for confirming, and not so very far away. Ah, thank you very much, Brian. Yeah, that's really appreciated. Really appreciate you joining in the runs, and again adds massive value, I think, to the stream. And I hope you've enjoyed them as well and enjoyed the competition. And see you again next week. Right, so I think I've updated my scoreboard anyway now. So let's just get that up. There we go. So I was top of the tree for that one, and then Amaze Tays on 11,511 and Brian on 11,088. But again, we're all in the 11s mark, so not a great deal in it. I mean, I was thinking about this route merging thing as well, and even if we had because the one thing that is a bit frustrating is that if you're doing a run from, say, Manchester Piccadilly to Euston, the trains that are running through Milton Keynes at speed, you obviously can't pick those up because they weren't stopping at Milton Keynes. So it'd be quite nice in a way if you could kind of join over really, really seamlessly, and just carry on the run, even if you're picking up the train running at speed. But whether we get into the ability to be able to do that, I don't know. Yeah, thank you very much, Brian. Yeah, bye for now, and talk to you again. Yeah, well, have a look in a sec, Scooby. Yeah, so I was going to ask the same question, actually. What am I looking for? I mean, if I look on Creators Club, if I put 378 concept, maybe. No, it's not coming up under that. Try with lowercase concept, maybe. No, it's not liking that. Perhaps just put concept in. Yeah, we've got a few of them now, so it must be in here somewhere. Oh, I've got loads of them. I wish the search facility on was better on 710 concept 2010. Where are we now? 5. We'll get there in a minute, hopefully. No, can't find it. Yeah, but if I put 378 in, it'll come up with absolutely tons of them, won't it? I'm sure I'll find it. I'm sure I will find it, but maybe not quite time to do it now. Yeah, it's a shame because it does make a difference. So would we prefer to see, where are we now for time, by the way? Oh, by the way, just a quick advert break. Right. Okay. Well, I think time-wise, it's probably going to be ideal for a Crewe to Stafford, isn't it? On Birmingham Crewe, if that's okay. So found one here. Basford Hall to Stafford, the 10:21, 4 Mike 34. Coatbridge Freightliner Terminal to Daventry International Rail Freight Terminal. So I think that will do us. Yeah, it sounds like a great idea, Rachel. I did do a West Coast Main Line South run with the Freightliner. Just out of interest, did you manage to get both 86s operable, or was effectively the second one dead? I'm guessing it was probably dead, wasn't it? Because I don't think you can get them both working operationally. But even so, I bet it looks really, really good. So I never thought about putting the two together. So yeah, I'd quite like to do that over the North London line at some point. Actually, I think that would make a good scenario. Now then, we do need to check on the length, don't we, at this point? Options. Overview. So 422 yards. So what's that? £12.66. Okay. Right, so you managed to get them both working, did you? You see, I think I don't know. I must have misheard something somewhere, but I thought I didn't realise that was even a thing, that was actually possible. But yeah, that sounds absolutely brilliant. Right, so let's get this thing set up then. Hang on. So we need. Always forget all this stuff. Break timing. All right, fantastic. No, that sounds great. Right, never remember I do these things. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we're now on good, so we're okay there. Train length. So what did I say we needed? 1266 feet. And then we need to do me switch button, don't we, down here? There we go, we're done. I mean, it looks as though, I mean, this is a reskin, but it looks as though the plan is going to be for hopefully branded 66, branded class 90s in the game. Yeah, I suppose the thing is, by doing it like that, because when I did one before it, I did it basically on a, when I did a single 86, I did it on a timetable run. Still waiting for those brakes to come off. Which take about a year to do. Yeah, because we've got the, like in Tees Valley, we've got the older, we've got the older 37, haven't we? Right, we're moving. I think ubiquitous is the word, though, Peter, and I mean, they are used just about everywhere. So I think, although, you know, I think it's definitely the case we need more freight locos in the game, and the 90 is going to be brilliant to drive in that respect. But you certainly can't say that they aren't it's a useful train to have in the game, because it does sort of represent so many evils, really. There's so many 66 runs in real life. Wait till we got going at speed, but we have got a pretty decent, I think it is a full length 66 on this service. We're only taking this as far as Stafford. I'll make a note of your concept 378, Scooby. I'm sure I'll find it. I mean, to be honest, sometimes the easiest way of finding your reskins is if I can find another of your reskins, then I'll find it pretty easily. One thing I've yet to try out as well, and I've kind of been reluctant to do it on the stream because I think it'd be too long, but I think on West Coast Main Line over Shap, I think it takes something like about 2.5 hours to do a full run on a freight liner. So that's something I must give a go at some point. The one thing I love about doing these freight runs though with the 66. I mean, apart from the challenge of driving it and negotiating the climbs and descents, it's just the fact that you're not priority. You're driving a train where you are literally being signalled in and around the freight train, the passenger trains, which is, you know, absolutely right and proper. But that does mean that, like we talked about earlier on, you get the adverse signals. So it does take some driving. So we are coming out of the massive complex that is Crewe Basford Hall Yard. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, but now I bet that was challenging. I mean, just imagine as well that you are doing that with 286s and you get held up on a signal halfway up Shap. And you'd be absolutely cursing and swearing, I suspect. Sorry, what did you mean, Oscar? So the good news is we're not going to be running at 10 mile an hour forever. Well, we've got 15 now, but we'll very soon get. I think we're going to be destined for maximum speed of 75, aren't we? Oh, excellent! I mean, that's kind of, you know, in the nicest possible way. That's kind of what you want to happen, and then you're thinking, oh, how am I going to negotiate it? I mean, we did see, I think it was in the North London line, the official preview, Matt Pendolino took a 66 for a spin in the snow, and he did literally get stuck. He couldn't get it moving. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, hopefully, Scooby. No, that'd be just cheating though, wouldn't it? Yeah, how did you find driving container runs in real life? Did you enjoy them? I mean, again, I'm sure there must have been periods where you held up for absolutely ages at stations and at signals, waiting in the passing loops and everything. We'll see if we get. I mean, it's a relatively short stretch, only, well, as you can see, just over 20 miles to Stafford. So hopefully not too much by way of being held up on the way. So, am I right in saying, by the way, just asking at this stage, is there anybody else doing this run, or is this one just literally me and Amaze Tays? Yeah, I've seen some of the, I don't know if we've got one of the 66, but I've seen the, well, you've got a place you put your cup down there, haven't you? But you tend to get like hobs and stuff, don't you? And you know, sometimes you can even sort of make yourself a bacon roll or something. Oh yeah, definitely, Peter. Yeah, that I can imagine. I mean, I often think, because as I've said before, I work for JCB, and Lord Bamford obviously arrives in sometimes on his helicopter, and he must look down on the motorway traffic and look down and say, "Oh, it's busy out there today." Yeah, well, hopefully, Scooby, that won't be a thing forever. Ah, brilliant, Rachel. Yeah. Oh, that must have been so amazing. Yeah, give him a go, Electric Blues. I mean, I was a late convert. I mean, Amaze Tays converted me into enjoying these freight runs. But the first couple I did on the streams, I kind of said, well, I'm not sure how far I'll take it. I don't know whether I'm going to get a bit bored with it. But I've kind of found every time that I really enjoyed them. Yeah, I can imagine that. And I mean, I've seen these old pictures on steam trains as well, where you know, you put the thing inside the fire and get it going. It's, I mean, that is one lovely way of having a bit of breakfast. Ah, excellent, Peter. Yeah. No, we're still going, dude. Yeah, last run this is. So just a shortish run down to Stafford. Yeah, definitely. They're great fun, and if you get the chance to play on West Coast Main Line South, there's some brilliant ones that Joshy's done in his timetable. They really are absolutely fantastic to do. Ah, excellent. Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, and again, it's just planning your day out just the same as you would in an office, really. First one I've done, dude, actually. I think when it first came out, there was a very small number of them, and you kind of felt as though there was some missing in the timetable, but I think they've updated that with the patch. You can also now do plenty of empty carriage stock workings from Oxley Car Depot as well, Wolverhampton, with the Pendolino as well, which were originally missing. Yeah, I think they're great fun, and I quite enjoy the ones I've done with diesel engines as well. On I mean, say I've only ever done one on the stream, but when the Military Line pack came out, we did a good one from Carlisle, Kingsmore Yard down to Preston in the 47, and I really enjoyed that one. There's plenty of freight stuff on West Coast Main Line over Shap as well. Oh, I'm absolutely the same, dude, and I mean, I'm the #1 supporter of any route that involves Stoke-on-Trent, because that's, you know, my hometown, and so I think I'd just be so excited that words couldn't express it. I mean, I particularly love Manchester Piccadilly, and I've said this a million times, so apologies for all of you that have heard me make this statement a million times, but that would be my #1 route. If we could get Manchester Piccadilly into Stafford, I would be absolutely beyond over the moon. And yes, I would like Crewe to Stafford as well, you know, via Alsager and Kidsgrove. But I think the Manchester one would be particularly good, because I think I'd love to be able to see full Manchester Piccadilly to Euston runs via both Wilmslow and Crewe, and via Macclesfield and Stoke as well. I mean, as I think Amaze Tays has said, but you know, the game's at a great place in terms of the exciting things that constantly keep coming out, and all the layers that we get on all these routes now mean that every route just gets more and more interesting, and we are getting more and more and more busy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of Londoners wouldn't know that there was such a place as Stoke existed, because it's north of Watford. Yeah, I mean, I suppose the problem is it's short-ish, isn't it? And you know, to actually add it in, you've got to completely add in the whole section going from Alsager, Kidsgrove through Longport, what used to be a Etruria, then to Stoke, then through Wedgwood, Barliston, Stone, Norton Bridge, joining it up. So it's quite an extension. Yeah, I do like night runs, but as I say, it's a little bit, doesn't go down that brilliantly well on the stream, because you kind of can't see anything. But I'm quite a fan. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is one thing I think that everybody is going to be massively thinking about. You know, it's like you want your train, you want your line, you want your station that you live near to in the game, because that's the most exciting thing that you could possibly see in the world. Yeah, I agree. I suppose the issue again, it's going back to the console users. We know it's possible, but it's, again, you've got to have something that isn't going to break the game totally. Yeah, I agree with you about end-to-end. There's something... I mean, I'm strangely fascinated about any journey where you start off and you start and end at the buffer stop. So I mean, Richmond Stratford's going to sort that out for us as well. There's something quite satisfying about ending your run at the buffer stops, and anything else you feel slightly shortchanged. Yes, I do have the. I've not actually tried it 100%, Rachel. I mean, the 5 circle one's quite good because you get the Azuma. Yeah, you get the Azuma runs that you do in diesel mode. Yeah, it's good having end-to-end runs. I mean, I have to say, originally, Cross City Line, as it came out, was relatively dull because you got no other trains other than the 323. But I mean, particularly with Josh's upcoming 2019 timetable, then it's really padded out and fantastic. Oh yeah, definitely. It's it transforms the route. It's really nice, and makes it suddenly the runs are a lot more interesting, because before, and okay, even with the new sprint timetable, you get the kind of like the 158 and the 170, but you get such a lot of variety. There's even steam in there. Yeah, there's something dead exciting, Concord, about ending a run at a major station. As I say, particularly when you're terminating there. I mean, that's why, I mean, nobody will ever describe London Euston as beautiful, but it's quite great coming into it. And same with Manchester Piccadilly. And I think the 5 circles slightly underrated. I think it's a nice route. Yeah, I think the problem is I've got this. I don't know. I mean, I could be miles wrong. I usually am with my predictions, but somehow I've just got this feeling if we do get Birmingham New Street to Milton Keynes, then I'd be kind of surprised if they put the Northampton loop in. I hope I'm wrong on that. Yeah, they do. They do. But I mean, the mods do make a huge difference, and I mean that 5 circle one was done by Forks and Jet Washer. I always get mixed up. It's the Best Scott, isn't there, as well, I think. But basically, those are this Firefly team that have put together this collaboration now to make official stuff for the game. Yeah, Daventry would be interesting. Yeah, that's true. That's a damn good point. I mean, it'd be nice if they could put the Northampton loop in. Yeah, Liverpool Lime Street to Euston. Again, there's lots and lots of interest about that. I mean, going over the Runcorn Bridge, that bit at Edge Hill, it's all fascinating. Ah, excellent, Rachel. Yeah, I think it's kind of how they do the route merging, and you know, even if it's kind of possible in some way, I think for me, if we can jump from one route to the next, but we're in the cab, we're in the same train, and we can carry on the same run, then I'd be more than happy with that, even if it's a different route. I mean, we might still get the frustration then that it kind of works in a sense, but you then have the situation where the game crashes on you at the end, because not being able to cope with doing the longer run. But I don't know. Yeah, definitely right. Yeah, I mean, I love the you know, already I'm loving the Birmingham New Street to Wolverhampton section. I mean, Bescott as well. Yard would be insane to have in as well, with the Walsall runs. That would be quite nice. Right, you've tried that, have you, with the Allegra? Yeah, exactly. Because to me, it's a little bit stupid that you've got a route hopping thing where you have to get out of the cab, you have to move to this specific location of the station, and like I've said before, if you do that with the Bakerloo line, then you have the scenario where basically the train that you were supposed to be rejoining has left the station anyway by then. Yeah, I think it would. I mean, there's just so much, isn't there? There's so many routes we'd all like to see. But, I mean, the good thing is there's plenty of development, and the developers are coming on big and strong. The game is in a good place, and apart from the constant console issues, which I've got a feeling they're gonna fix it to an extent, but not totally. And until you've kind of got a new console that's comes out that can properly manage the memory, then I'm not sure it's ever going to be perfect. Yeah, well, I think that's one of the great things. In some ways, it sometimes doesn't matter whether the train should be meant to work on a route or not. It's nice to just play around with stuff, isn't it? And that's the fun of the game. You don't always have to be 100% realistic. Yeah, you can hope so. And we've already got... I mean, I kind of wondered whether that's maybe off in the mind already, because it feels as though when you look out what they built that end of the route at sort of beyond New Street on the south side, it looks as though there's a lot of land and a lot of track that goes on for miles. So you wonder whether that maybe might be a plan for the future. Who knows? Yeah, I can imagine that. That'd be quite an interesting train to have on the Pendolino line in the Western. I've yet to try out the Western or the Rail Tour run on Riviera Line as well. That's that's quite good. Yeah, and imagine the TGV is quite an interesting one to do. Oh, it's absolutely humongous. I mean, I remember, I've talked about this the other day, but I can remember my dad going along the M6, and although we couldn't see the numbers, he used to slow the car down just as we were going past, so we could kind of take a slightly closer look. And my mum was kind of shouting at him massively, saying, "You can't do that, come on!" It was a bit on the dangerous side thing to be doing, I think, but yeah, Bescott Yard's fascinating. The thing is, I mean, again, I could be completely wrong, but I kind of get the feeling that they're not very likely to do something else, an old version of South Euston. You know, it's kind of like we've already got St Pancras in the game out to Ashford, so I can't really see them doing that. Yeah, it kind of get, you know, it would fill off the, you know, the local services as well. So it's kind of good in both respects, really. It's going to be a very interesting time. I'm really interested to see what all the board studios are getting up to. Interested to see what Appleton Thompson simulation are getting up to with Just Trains and this new team, this Firefly team. Yeah, you feel as though that should be a train in its own right, shouldn't you? The Concorde Express. Now, I've seen plenty of freight trains in my time coming into Stafford and spending ages here, so in some ways it's not a bad place to end the run. Yeah, it'd be nice to get something for Victoria to do a bit more on the freight runs. On the southeastern runs. But there's kind of so much. I think we'd all love to see the game. The great thing is, at least it's very much in active development and exciting times. I was wondering then if it was going to make me complete to the very exact yardage there. Ah, and I'm sure DTG must have a load of time when they're talking about the development. It must be ongoing discussions all the time. So 6237 for me, and then Amaze Taze is, oh crikey, O'Reilly, well done Amaze Taze, 6240. That is awesome. I can't remember what the service was now. I didn't write it down. Well done, well played. Cardiff City Network at the moment It is more boring than a management meeting with a bloke in a blue suit and brown shoes. Yeah, that is brilliant. That's a really, really good close run to finish with. I can't remember what time service we were doing there, but I'll put that up on the... Let's just update the scoreboard one last time. I'll find the damn thing. Yeah, that was a really, really good close run, and that is very, very enjoyable. So I really enjoyed that. It's another interesting part of the route. So we'll... keep forgetting which bit's on what. So there we go. There it is, up in lights, as it were. 3-point margin. That was a great run and a great way to end the stream. Yeah, thank you very much. And 4M34. Right, thanks for confirming that. I'll jot that down somewhere. And if I get the chance, I might amalgamate some of these scores and put something up during the week. Yeah, there's plenty of stuff. Yeah, I'd love to see. Cardiff City Network expanding on. But yeah, thank you very much, everybody. Another fantastic stream, and really appreciate the support. Hope you've enjoyed the leaderboards. We'll hopefully develop on that a little bit as time goes on. But thank you very much for everybody that's contributed and done the runs as well. And oh, there you go, level 180. Yeah. So I'll see if I can get something up in the week. And but yeah, thank you as ever. And just last thing to say, anybody new, if you've not considered it, then be grateful if you consider liking and subscribing, because your ongoing support is, as ever, massively appreciated. But thank you very much. Thanks again, everybody. Lovely company. Enjoyed the chat, everybody. And until next Sunday, that was Power Flower, Trains and Planes. And it is a very good night to you all.